to be here instead of anywhere else. So, distinguished colleagues, panelists, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this third regular meeting of the second semester of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development. I'm advised by the Secretariat that we have the required quorum, and we may proceed with the order of business. So I now submit for the consideration of this council the draft order of business, and it's always good to remind you what is on the order of business. We'll have a dialogue among member states on institutional and human resource readiness for trade. And we have a panel there. There were 3 people, but one couldn't make it, I think. Then we have confirmation of chair of the Committee on Migration Issues. The Ambassador of Panama will be confirmed. Then we have update and streamlining of the mandates assigned to the Executive Secretariat for Integral Development. Then we have CD, Sectoral Ministerial Process Cycle. We'll hear what is happening there. And then the 23rd America's Competitiveness Exchange with the presentation from Argentina, and then any other business. So that's the draft order of business. And if there is no other amendment, then I think we can approve this. Thank you. I need to get good. So the second item that we will deal with, the dialogue on institutional and human resource readiness for trade. As you know, we are busy with a series of sessions on trade, different aspects, to come up with some roadmap. So this session builds on our work plan for this semester and is guided by concept note CD/INF 674/25. Colleagues, in today's global economy, trade agreements and infrastructure alone are not sufficient to guarantee inclusive growth. The strength and adaptability of our human capital, together with robust institutional systems and decisive factors in enabling our countries to seize the opportunities of modern trade-intensive industries. Across Latin America and the Caribbean, many firms report persistent difficulties in finding workers with the skills needed in logistics, e-commerce, IT, and technical services. Skills mismatches, underinvestment in vocational and digital training, and high levels of informality continue to limit productivity and the capacity of SMEs to integrate into global value change. At the same time, youth, women, and underdeserved communities face disproportionate barriers to quality employment in trade-related sectors. This discussion provides us with the opportunity to move from diagnosis to strategy, focusing on how to better align education and training with labor market demands, expand technical and vocational education, strengthen labor market information systems, and promote inclusive workforce participation. Ultimately, our objective is to identify actionable measures that can enhance trade competitiveness, reduce disparities, and contribute to sustainable development across the Americas. Joining us are two distinguished panelists who will help frame this discussion. Firstly, I'm pleased to welcome this morning Dr. Rafael Romeo, President and Chief Executive Officer of DefTech Systems Incorporated. He brings more than 2 decades of experience in economic growth, governance, and institutional strengthening. He has worked extensively on fiscal transparency, data-driven reforms, and development effectiveness, and will share his perspective on how institutional readiness and sound governance can strengthen trade competitiveness. As I give the floor to our first panelist, I want to kindly remind all panelists that they will each have 7 minutes, but now that one maybe is not there, you can have a few minutes more to share your perspective. Dr. Romeo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, Ambassador, distinguished delegates, and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to address this council on the critical theme of connecting education and employment and improving youth access to labor markets. Across Latin America and the Caribbean, youth face persistently high unemployment and informality. These challenges are now intersecting with global trade disruptions, rapid technological change, and shifting patterns of labor demand. The question before us is not whether these forces will reshape work, they already are, but how will we respond to ensure that they expand opportunity rather than deepen exclusion. And I will insert a personal note. I worked 15 years at the International Monetary Fund, and this issue of how to create jobs such as it exists is a perennial issue. Economists really don't have a good answer on how to create jobs. It's a challenge, and I think you guys are asking exactly the right questions. So I'm going to propose 3 solutions, or at least 3 areas of work. First will be under the umbrella of better tools. So AI-powered, tech-enabled pathways, especially for youth. So you could look into the United States for examples here, as this country is at the cutting edge of technology, and it really is. Efforts such as the Future of Work, which is hosted by the University of Chicago and MIT, that have created a task force, reminds us that the challenge of technology rarely eliminates work. It just reallocates it, and it will demand new skills and new systems that we don't know yet are needed. The task before us is to build adaptive individual employment pathways. And so what kind of tools am I talking about? The first is AI job matching engines. You could see the state of Virginia as an example of adopting early one of these technologies. So you want to map vacancies in occupational taxonomies like ONET or ESCO to identify skills gaps and generate personalized recommendations for job seekers, and I'll insert apprenticeships as well as job opportunities here. You need to develop conversational chatbots, avatars, things that people can really leverage the technologies to move forward. These provide round-the-clock guidance in multiple languages, improve CVs, use natural language processing to coach youth through job interviews, job searches, explain labor rights, all of the things that improve labor allocation. Micro-credentials. So gamifying micro-credentials and delivering stackable market-aligned skills training on mobile devices. Motivate learners and reward with digital badges that can be shown, things like I am now a developer in Python, something like that. And then culturally relevant outreach to make your efforts more effective in reaching the populations you're targeting. Campaigns that use AI-generated music, short videos, allow you to escape copyright restrictions, localized narratives, engage youth where they are, where they live, how they speak, and inspire participation. These tools transform employment services from static, bureaucratic to dynamic, interactive, and inclusive, and can be scaled to reach millions of young people at a very low cost. Let me move to my second bucket, which is better data. Data is the foundation of everything. Governments hold some of the richest interactive data sets in existence: education records, tax filings, business registries, social protection databases. These are administrative data sets that are well within the public sector's control, and you have the power to set the standards for secure, privacy-conscious data sharing. This is the whole ballgame: unlocking and integrating these data sets and partnering with private platforms, social media, data firms. This is how you build the next generation of labor market systems. With integrated systems, you can combine administrative data with commercial feeds, and job boards, gig platforms, and training providers. If you think about an application like Uber, it's just a matching algorithm. People with cars are matched with people who need rides. That's how I got here today. That's what data can do. Integrate high-frequency mobility behavioral data to detect where opportunities are rising or declining. Use predictive analytics to get ahead of game, time series, network nodes. Forecast demand shifts under scenarios such as nearshoring, energy transitions, commodity price savings, all of the things that Latin America and the Caribbean struggle with. Countries like Estonia and India have shown that government-led digital infrastructure can enable secure data flows across institutions, dramatically improving targeting and services of delivery. For our region, that means creating a living real-time stamp of labor demand that informs education, policy, and employer hiring shortages and individual career decisions. Now my third bucket, better execution. So encourage stability, accountability, and sectoral focus. None of this that I'm proposing, none of the tools would work without a supportive macro environment, stable debt levels, low inflation, competitive markets in labor and taxation, and sustained job creation. But many of these take time and policy measures that are way outside of the scope of what one can achieve in the short term. So what can you do? Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm still on this, believe it or not. All right. There is one lever entirely within the control of the public sector, ensuring that programs that you fund work. Monitoring, evaluation, and peer benchmarking must become routine and not box-ticking exercises. And we must focus where there is competitive advantage. Start with sectors where demand is strong, such as energy, agribusiness, critical minerals, and they can accelerate the results. You have market power there. You can demand to see that the programs are effective. These sectors already attract investment and have multinational partners willing to support apprenticeships, workforce development, technology transfer. By aligning training systems to these sectors first, we can create early wins and build momentum for broader diversification. Citizens are more willing to support taxation, and investors are more willing to commit capital where they see evidence of resources that deliver measurable outcomes. Equity and inclusion. We must also address the digital divide, connecting gaps, gender disparities, and barriers facing, for example, indigenous or Afro-descendant youth risks leaving the most vulnerable behind. Investments in digital infrastructure, local language content, and inclusive design are essential so that technology can become an equalizer, not an amplifier of inequality, and this is a very high risk. So, what would I propose? As I said, three things. Scale AI-driven employment tools, move from static job boards to adaptive, individualized systems. Unlock integrated data sets, use government authority to build, structure a secure, interoperable labor market intelligence system, a digital twin of the economy that enables real-time policy response. And then focus and grow strategic sectors first, leverage strengths in energy, agribusiness, and critical minerals, pairing training programs with employer partnerships that accelerate job creation. The Americas face a narrow demographic window, perhaps a decade, to turn today's youth bulge into a productive dividend before aging begins to slow growth. And we've already seen, by the way, some of the most aged economies outside of Asia in Latin America. Imagine a hemisphere where every young person holds, for example, a digital skills passport updated automatically as they learn and work, recognized by employers and borders, and where policymakers can run real-time simulation of education and employment policies before implementing them. That is an achievable goal, and that is achievable through these three actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we should give him applause because these are things that we need to hear and need to reflect on really seriously. Thank you, Dr. Romay. And I'm sure that when we have the interactive part, people will come back to it and ask you more questions. Um, so now I'm pleased to offer the floor to our second panelist who joins us online, Dr. Barbara Kochwar, Senior Economist with the Global Intelligence and Analytics team at S&P Global Market Intelligence. She has over 25 years of expertise in trade and foreign investment, economics, and policy. She has advised governments and private sector clients on trade diversification strategies and will highlight the importance of adapting workforce development to shifting trade and investment policy trends. Dr. Kochwar, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. And I'd like to thank Ambassador Salvik and Secretary Osborne, and of course, the ambassadors, permanent representatives, and alternate representatives of the member states for inviting me to join you and speak on this important topic. It's always a little bit daunting to speak after Rafael Romeo and his beautiful presentation. I have two regrets. One, that I wasn't able to join you in person. I would have loved to have been in the room. And second, that I don't have a beautiful presentation as did Rafael. But I think this is a bit more of a conversation. And so I'm very pleased to be part of that conversation. As Ambassador mentioned, I've spent several decades working on trade issues on the public side in international organizations, including the one in which you're sitting many years ago, and most recently for several years in the private sector. And as Dr. Romeo indicated, in his career, he's seen that this needs for skill at the IMF has been a topic of priority for many years, and we've seen that as well. But I feel like this in this moment, it's even more compelling. Um, as the world economy is being shaped by the dual engines of technological advancement, which Dr. Romeo talked about quite a bit, and then also shifting political landscapes when we talk about readiness for trade, what that means is also shifting. In my current job, I lead the international trade portfolio for S&P Global's consulting team, and we do a lot of scenario analysis. We look at the macroeconomic implications of trade policy changes. We advise companies and governments on their trade strategy, which countries would give them better access to whatever KPI if they want to maximize exports, if they want to maximize GDP, um, etc. And the conversation tends to always come back to skills and how their workforce will be able to take advantage of these opportunities. And we know that even if you have wonderful macroeconomic indicators and wonderful sectoral analysis, if you don't have the people who will be able to fulfill those jobs and bring productivity forward, you won't be able to take advantage of that opportunity. And so that's very important. We see this all over the world, clients in all geographies, all sizes of economies are having this issue. I also see this in a more personal capacity. In my spare time, I teach an international economics course at a university here in the DC area. And in the past few months, the career panorama for many of the students who are focusing on international relations and international economics has changed rather significantly. So, one of the main issues that I'm grappling with these days is how to very quickly help these students reorient their job search, fit the education that they already have and their experiences to fit the new requirements of the new types of roles that they might be looking at, and to identify key skills that they need to acquire in parallel to their existing education. So I think that we're all, from both the macro and the micro perspective, facing this very daunting challenge. So I'm really pleased that the OAS is undertaking a rigorous examination of this topic with a view to developing a roadmap and helping countries and helping the region and helping all of us to overcome it. The Latin American and Caribbean region has, it seems to me, an extra challenge. But as Dr. Romeo mentioned, there's also an extra opportunity, and the moment to take advantage of that opportunity is now. The challenge, this region, as all others, sees significant gaps between the skills that investing firms and firms that are trading require and the existing skill sets of the local labor force. Private investors and multinational firms consistently report a shortage of workers with both foundational and technical skills, from basic literacy and numeracy to digital lang- language and industry specific competencies. Now, this is even more daunting for small businesses as they try to skill and try to take advantage and become part of global value chains. Um, a recent OECD report showed that educational attainment in Latin America has risen, and so this is a positive. But the match between skills and labor market needs remains a major constraint on productivity and competitiveness. And that's a very difficult bridge to gap. Um, a few years ago, when I was working at the World Bank, we took advantage of one of these data sets that Dr. Romeo mentioned. We worked with LinkedIn and found that it's a wonderful tool, and I absolutely agree with the need to have more data and to use the data that's available in order to identify the skills gap and to identify where there are jobs, where there are possibilities, and to work with this data to help policymakers, universities, and private sector leaders foster and identify talent. The World Bank put out a study very recently showing that countries in the region tend to lag in technology and disruptive technology skills compared to global averages. Um, and at the same time, these were the skills that companies in the region were really looking for. This mismatch not only hampers the growth of businesses, but also limits the economic prospects, both for individuals in the regions, but also for countries as they try to diversify their economy. Now, this is not only a constraint for attracting high quality FDI, but such an important component for economic diversification, but it can be seen as a tax on regional production. Evidence shows that persistent skill mismatches lower productivity and limit firms' ability to upgrade into higher value activities, which is one of the recommended activities for upgrading and diversifying economically. So, in order to compete globally, the firms in the region and economies really need a productivity boost. Dr. Romeo already identified the opportunity, and that's the demographics of the region. Um, the youth of this region offer a demographic window of opportunity to use education as a driver of growth and opportunity. Now, a large percentage of the young people coming into the workforce in the region are already digital natives. So they're already familiar with a lot of the skills that older generations lack. And while this presents some challenges, and I think we need to take seriously the caution that Dr. Romeo sounded about not allowing this technology to further divide, but to help to address some of these challenges. Um, but it does also allow some shortcuts in upskilling for the next generation workforce. And educational systems really need to take this seriously and really need to focus on the skills that are necessary in order for young people to get jobs and to advance the productivity of their countries. So let's talk a little bit more about what the skills map means in 2025. In their Future of Jobs report from this year, the World Economic Forum found that 63% of companies cited skills gaps in their local labor markets as barriers to transformation. They estimated that nearly 40% of a worker's core skills will need to change by 2030. I think that's daunting to everybody in this room as well as across the region. And they also found that 86% of companies expect to be impacted by AI. And Dr. Romeo has talked quite a bit about AI and how to use that to overcome some of these issues. Um, how can we look at these facts and also identify some ways that, to put in the roadmap to take advantage of this opportunity of the digital natives, of the youth coming into workforce, and to get it right now? I think Dr. Romeo estimated that we have about a 10-year window in order to get this right. 10 years goes by pretty quickly. So, what does this mean? This means a need for surgical identification of the skills that are essential to companies for the economies to succeed in the future. A commitment by both the public and the private sector, and here I would also add in the educational system, two programs that can overcome this gap, and obviously these are different in every country. A commitment to adequate digital and physical infrastructure, and then also a plan for how to harness the potential for AI. So, how can we do this? One is a very honest dialogue between companies, including the multinationals, educational leaders, and policymakers on what is working and what is needed in terms of skills. Dr. Romeo identified the need to use big data tools. Absolutely agree. I think that we also shouldn't run the risk of focusing on quantitative versus qualitative. I think that having conversations with companies about what in the nitty gritty is working and what is not is very important. Again, on a personal note, um, I recommend a lot of students to jobs with people I know who are, hiring, particularly in this area, and I always follow up to see how things are going. The feedback has been quite enlightening and sometimes rather sobering and perhaps sometimes humiliating, because I think my class does a pretty good job of preparing young trade economists. But I've also been told that it has not done a very good job of preparing people who can do a PowerPoint presentation, download data into Excel files and analyze that data and then put that data into a presentation, and others communication styles and simple work skills. As a result, I now make sure that any student that leaves my class can download data, can process data, can analyze data using Excel and some other statistical packages, and can do the things that you need to do in an entry level job at an organization such as yours or a company such as mine. I've had to switch from requiring a 30-page research paper to a 3 to 5 page policy memo. And I think that these sorts of adjustments that still teach the core skills, but also the finessed skills that students need in order to be able to work in a modern work environment are important. Second, targeted workforce development programs. Dr. Romeo spoke quite a bit about this, but partnerships between the private sector and educational institutions can help create curricula that are tailored to meet current job market needs. Internships and apprenticeships are really essential. I think we all know that there's a very large body of literature that emphasizes the importance of learning by doing. Um, Looking globally, there are best practices we can learn from. I feel a bit silly mentioning this at an event in which countries are going to share their experiences, so I won't harbor on that too much. But there are also some interesting examples in other parts of the world. So, for example, Singapore's Skills Futures Initiative provides citizens with educational credits that they can use to train in various fields. They can do specific courses to help them overcome their own knowledge gaps, and they encourage lifelong learning. I think that one group of underserved that we often neglect are older people. And older people may have more difficulty accessing some of the digital technology that we promote for the youth and that are just really more permissive in our work culture. Germany is a great example of a dual education system which combines classroom learning with hands-on training in the workplace. And these are good skills to bring to other educational systems. Finally, I'd say that access to technology and digital skills training is really crucial, and this is particularly true for small and medium enterprises. In a previous role, I worked with a survey company to look at women owned small businesses and what they really needed. And we found that what differentiates women owned small businesses that grow and that are successful after 2 to 3 years from those that either closed or that did not grow um, was they were 20 the businesses that were successful and did grow were 25% more likely to use digital platforms. They were 20% more likely to use digital payments, and they were 60% more likely to export. So I think that underscores how important the question that you're asking, which is what are the skills for readiness to trade in the modern environment, are. Trading really does help companies grow more. Growing more means having more jobs. Um, and more jobs will be able to absorb more of the newly skilled workforce that we're all trying to foster. So in conclusion, I'd say that, as Dr. Romeo also mentioned, workforce development effectively requires collaboration between the private sector, the public sector, but also a lot of communication with educational institutions. So by addressing the skills gap and promoting digital inclusion, learning from successful global practices, we can enhance the trade competitiveness of the region, and hopefully ensure that all individuals can participate well in the economy. So thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing the presentations from member countries.
Thank you, Dr. Kachwar, for your valuable contribution and reminding us of the need to align workforce development with evolving trade and investment dynamics, and also with education especially. Um, we are now going to the interactive dialogue. We will open the floor for, you can also put questions to the panelists, of course. Um, Delegations are kindly asked to keep their questions concise. To help guide this exchange, allow me to highlight some questions drawn from the concept note which you received. First, how can member states better align education, technical training, and lifelong learning with the skills demanded by trade-intensive sectors? Second, what regional strategies could support the recognition and portability of vocational certifications to enhance labor mobility and trade integration? Third, how can public-private academic partnerships be scaled or replicated to remain responsive to evolving industry needs? And fourth, what inclusive workforce development strategies can increase the participation of youth, women, and underserved communities in trade-related employment? Before opening the floor, let me once again thank our distinguished panelists for taking the time to share their perspectives and for contributing to this dialogue. Your insights have enriched today's discussion and will undoubtedly help guide member states as they consider practical ways to strengthen institutional and human resources readiness for trade. I now open the floor for delegations to ask questions or make comments. I give the floor to Ecuador.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank our panelists for their presentations. We have a specific question about inclusion. Countries like Ecuador have a large rural population and we have a huge digital divide. How can we resolve this problem? How can we reach these communities so that it's a more inclusive issue? These people do not have access to technology. They live in remote communities and they don't have access. For example, young people, women, indigenous peoples, they do not have access to IT. And this means that they have obstacles in developing their capacities and skills. Thank you.
I don't know if Dr. Romeo wants to react to this.
Sure. Si quiere le contesto en español.
If you like, I will speak in Spanish. I think the issue of rural communities is extremely important. At the beginning of this year, we had an important effort made with respect to one laptop per child. We designed a package. I forgot the name of my own program, excuse me. But it's important to provide this basic infrastructure to children. We have Starlink that can take internet to any part of the world. So it is feasible to provide teachers with a laptop for $100 for each child, have internet, and to have this spread out throughout the country. We can measure this and we can do visits to make sure that it is effective. Sometimes in rural areas, the teachers are a bit afraid of it. They don't know how to use it. So there's also follow-up with respect to the equipment and to making sure the program works. What you are putting on the table is an important issue. There are fewer institutions working on this than in the past, but it's still a priority.
I wonder if the other panelist, Dr. Kochwar, also has something to say about this.
Apologies. I think my slowness in getting back onto the platform speaks to the need to develop older people's skills in technology as well. I mean, I think that for so many countries, the issue of remote access to digital technology is extremely important. Ecuador is a very good example of the difficulties of reaching, you know, distant communities because of geography. Um, I think the real issue is prioritization of physical and digital infrastructure. Now, as costs of technology go down, Dr. Romeo mentioned satellite technology that can get internet access to remote areas. Um, really being practical about what technology is key for these communities, finding out what would be useful to them, not what is the new, you know, glamorous technology that everybody wants to use, can have real good multiplier effects. And the example of the laptop program, there have been several laptop programs. I'm sure we'd all love to hear more about DevTech's program as well. Those have been found to be very useful and to really expedite learning and to upgrade skills, particularly when the equipment and the technology technology meets the needs of those populations. So rather than just bringing technology to the communities, bringing the technology that is really applicable to their needs. So having communication, asking those questions, and really listening to the answers of community leaders and businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. And I give the floor now to Honduras.
Good morning, Chair. I hadn't had the privilege to be at the last meeting, so I wanted to wish you great success during your tenure, and you can count on our support. And I wanted to also say hello and extend greetings to Kim Osborne and her team. This is a very interesting conversation. As our presenter mentioned, this is a challenge that economists have not been able to figure out, but now the changes, thanks to technology, this has been a catalyst for development. And so this pace is really picking up, and this means that we're having difficulties responding. At the same time, I think there are two approaches. One, the disruption and the need to up our game in education and in with respect to the labor force. This happened with internet, say 2 decades ago, but countries are way behind in undertaking their responsibilities to develop their workforce. This is a challenge now and in the future. We need to tackle it and persist. Something else that's not mentioned frequently is that the pace is, if it persists, it could be that software will be most of the work that needs to be taken on. And maybe the technology will not be so disruptive for manual jobs. The traditional workforce, the trades, plumbing, a tailor. So my question for the experts is the following. Are we leaving out something by prioritizing training, technology training for our workforce, because we're leaving out the trades maybe. And this is a sector of the economy that is in demand, the trades. And secondly, there's no better way to learn than with practice. When we speak about technology and the workforce, and not all countries invest heavily in technology. And so maybe the markets or the governments are not implementing these technologies and therefore do not have the opportunity to move forward with this. So no goal has been set to invest resources and to achieve this. And so the scenario is that we're training people, but maybe I'm not going to, or I'm getting training, I'm not going to get any job, however, because there's no sector in my country, no IT sector. So can you talk about investments made by multilateral development banks that are being made or should be made? Because when we talk about we need to facilitate exports from our markets, it's true we need ports, we need highways, we need the reduction of tariffs, but And we do need resources from multilateral development banks, but in that same scenario, I don't see a flow of resources that are being invested into the development of workforce using technology. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know if one of the panelists wants to react to that. Dr. Romay?
Sure. So I would say, so I'm going to interpret two questions. One is the traditional skills, the hard skills. So I think the gold standard, and this goes for hard skills or for soft skills. I mean, I myself have a company. The best thing you can do is an apprenticeship program and is an internship program. I don't know why, given the broad consensus among economists that this works so well, more countries don't do it. Germany has the gold standard. Switzerland and Austria also do it very well. I am jaw agape. I grew up in upstate New York. I don't know why they don't do more of this. So if you're a business, you should get 6 months of free labor from a student, or at least 6. And it's a tremendous, and this goes for people who work on computers, for the plumber, for the electrician, it doesn't matter. And the Germans have baked it into their high schools, to their what they call their gymnasiums. And this is why Germany has a tremendous industrial base, and Detroit today is a shell of what it was. So there are things that can be done in the public sector. They're very clear. The U.S. has tremendous policies. Where there is the most consensus among economists, there's the least adoption by government. So for example, the earned income tax credit is another one, where you would subsidize someone to get them to work until they're ready to take on the wage themselves. So I'll say that you're asking the right questions. The hard skills, by the way, the hard skills are hard. So, you know, the plumber, the electrician, they're adopting AI as well. They're not, you know, they're not going at it with the same toolbox that they did 20 years ago. So I think that I'll leave it there. On the second part, in terms of what should multilaterals invest in, if they're not investing in digital infrastructure, the road to the port is useless. So I would put that right up on the top of the list. You need, you know, high-speed infrastructure for the internet. That's as important as any other infrastructure that the World Bank or the Inter-American Development Bank can invest in. I don't know why that wouldn't be at the very top of the list, if I understood your question correctly. You know, telecoms is one of the fastest growing sectors in almost any economy, and it is as important as the crane on the port. So again, I think that's a great question. I'll turn it over to Barbara, who's got a lot of experience in this area.
Okay, I give the floor now to Uruguay.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to avail myself of this occasion here at CD and the fact that Secretary Osborne is here to congratulate you and thank you for putting this important issue on the agenda. And I'm so happy we can exchange experiences, because I think at this point and in this historical context, we need to address this issue. And I'd like to go to your first question, which is how to include digital skills in primary education. I wanted to share Uruguay's experience with you. We have a CEBAL program, and we've been doing this for 20 years. The country has undertaken great efforts to give every single child that is in public education, both in primary and secondary education, a laptop, connectivity, 100% in all public schools. So we are a small country, but that's 200,000 children nonetheless. And this is an ongoing effort. In addition to the infrastructure and accessibility, we have realized that methodology and content is very important. It is worthless to give every child a laptop or some digital device if they are not trained to use it and if there's no content to learn in this digital environment. And also, there is the infrastructure management. It's different to have a laptop for a child or a laptop for an adult. Children drop things, they forget things. So there's a whole host of things we've learned in the last 20 years. And so when the pandemic hit us, our education system did not stop. 100% of our classes kept going through digital means. So I just wanted to not only tell you about this, but also to offer you our methodology and our 20-year experience to CD and to all member states. Perhaps we could have an event about it because it has had an exponential impact. We are the largest software exporter to the U.S. in the Latin American region, and this is thanks to our children that have gone to university with digital skills. They take the laptop home. It's not just for school. They can use it on a daily basis so that vulnerable children from anywhere in the country can be at the same level as those children who have all the advantages, and they can do this in their free time. Many parents and grandparents from vulnerable sectors have, for the first time, had contact with digital devices thanks to their children and the children's laptops. And I wanted to mention this. I know it's a little off track, but this was something we can do with respect to South-South cooperation, excuse me. And I also wanted to ask a question. I don't know if in the work world and the programs and plans to have people access jobs, whether we are lacking accountability. And I say this because for the last 2 or 3 decades, we've talked about the orange economy and that was going to provide many jobs, or the silver economy, that was going to give us jobs through culture or through the elderly. And now we are being told that it's really, the key really is AI. So my question is, you as experts, you know that countries need to change policies, or do we need perhaps, instead of radical change, something that's more continuous? For example, we now have the energy transition. Some For example, now we have different industries that are involved or have come about because of this transition. And this can be life-changing. So the question that comes to mind with respect to AI is whether are there indicators whether these accelerated changes really lead to more employment, or do we need more basic skills development and professional development? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the insights from your program on the laptops for the children. With respect to the question about skills also for the older people, I'm wondering if Dr. Kochwar wants to reply to that.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And the example of Uruguay is such a good one. They actually use the SEBA program as an example of best practices globally in many fora. And so I think having a deeper dive on that would be very welcome. Um, having generations share technology with each other and grandparents and parents learning through what the children are learning, I think is one good um, model, perhaps. Having the how to scale that is something that could be thought about and should be probably adapted to different contexts. There have also been models of having public libraries or some sort of a public square be a hub for provision of technology to have folks who are not yet skilled in digital technology be able to learn in a non-threatening and helpful environment. I w- I'll take the time also to mention or to address the AI issue. I think it's such a good question, and having a set of indicators to measure whether AI is bringing the promised jobs is a brilliant suggestion, and is a brilliant suggestion for any of these magic solutions. I think that the fact that you know this technology exists does not necessarily mean that this is the silver bullet for jobs. I think we need to be very careful with that. And questions abound. What types of jobs and how many jobs will AI enable us to create? And what types of jobs may AI actually be displacing? And these are very, very important considerations. Um, Having a set of indicators to measure this, I think it might be very interesting. What I would say with that is I prefer to think of it as a continuous variable rather than as discrete. AI, I think, is a tool that can be harnessed, that can be used, but that is certainly not perfect. And I would caution folks as they set out training programs and internships and apprenticeships, and particularly to the private sector, as they're thinking about how to make themselves more efficient, to not let go of the importance of training people to be able to make the judgment calls about whatever AI produces. And I think that we see some of this dislocation in our rush to become more efficient. Having training programs on AI is certainly important, but I think, and perhaps my interpretation of the question from the delegate from Uruguay would lead me to sound a cautionary note to have multiple um, approaches to this using AI, and also going back to the delegate of Honduras, maintaining a focus on other skills, maintaining a focus on hard skills, and supplementing them with digital technology and with AI. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know if Dr. May wants to add some.
Well, I'll just add that I know the program in Ecuador. I remember my company's program's name is Espacio para Crecer for the little kids and Espacio para Emprender for the teenagers. And the program in Uruguay is a great example of a nationwide program in that direction. And you're right, the equipment is different. I mean, the little kids get a plastic laptop. The antennas are little ears. You see them hanging around in the school, after school to play games. The laptops connect to each other. They connect to the teacher. You have to teach them that they can take it home, that they're not stealing it. Don't worry. These sorts of things. So I think that that it's just such a fantastic effort, and it pays huge dividends over the long run. I'll say on your second point, the monitoring and evaluation was something that I brought up as well, and I think you are correct that effectiveness and efficacy. It's not that governments misallocate money or somebody stole it. It's that the money is spent on things that don't work. And so there are two dangers here. One is the creation of programs for the sake of I have to do something, and those programs can actually get in the way. And the second is so it's hard not to take action to create jobs, but sometimes the action you take is worse than you've made things worse, and so you need a robust third-party evaluation to stop that from going unchecked. And I think in our region we don't do that enough, frankly. And then the second issue is the efficacy. Are you spending? Are you getting your money's worth from programs? And are they yielding if you invest in a jobs program? Are jobs really created? And if not, why not? And we could give multiple examples here in the United States of, there's 150,000 people who work on the homelessness issue in Los Angeles, or so I'm told. It's not, it becomes an industry unto itself. And to the broader issue of training workers, I think that the region has such an opportunity because of the investments that the United States, the policy pivot that the United States is making right now is really remarkable. They do want to nearshore. The government of the United States does want to invest. They made an investment in Brazil very recently in a mine. And where are their priorities? They're in critical minerals, they're in data centers, they're in energy, they're in all of the things that the region has in spades. And in the proximity and the natural resource abundance and the ability to manufacture at a reasonable cost, high skills. China is not a low-cost producer, it is a high-skilled producer. I think the low-cost days for China are in the past. So really the region has a huge opportunity, but it has to be embraced.
Thank you. We will now give the floor to Suriname, after that Paraguay, and then go back to the panelists.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My delegation thanks the esteemed panelists for their insightful presentations. We are particularly interested in the institutional reforms the panelists consider most critical to ensure that workforce development strategies effectively enhance trade competitiveness. Thank you.
We give the floor now to Paraguay.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to join in congratulating you for taking on the chairmanship of the CD, and also that goes out to the Secretary of CD, Kim Osborne. This is a very important theme to discuss, and also it's so interesting to get to discuss it here at the OAS. In Paraguay, we are well aware of the importance of carrying out that technological leap and bring more parts of the population into the world of information technology, etc. I want to share with you an experience we've had in Paraguay. We've been betting on cooperation among different countries, as well as cooperation with the private sector, which understood that more individuals needed to be brought into the fold in order to maintain competitiveness. So we have an industrial association, alliance sort of, with private sector entities. We've been working with engineering and information technologies specifically in order to make that leap and improve Paraguayan competitiveness or competitivity among businesses. And we want to improve conditions for our youth as a result of that. At the state level, the government, many years ago now, along with Taiwan, created the Polytechnical University Taiwan, Paraguay, which concentrates on engineering, given the demand present in the country, looking at civil engineering, electromechanics, and information technology programs. We also have a national service to promote professionalization, where we try to help train and educate our youth in technology sectors specifically. There's a great effort being undertaken, and that's been going on for some time, and I'm going to make reference to what our colleague from Uruguay said. He had a very similar experience, which I believe was referred to as one laptop per child. I think that it's very important that we not leave a traditional, conventional education aside. I think that making that technological leap is difficult. Giving young and elderly people the knowledge that they need to be part of that shift is a challenge. Now, this program in Paraguay needed more long term thinking. It has not continued, and as I understand it, in some of our countries, it's exactly the same program that has been adopted. So, my question for the panelists would be the following: have we seen the implementation of such policies in other countries, one laptop per child, and how effective was that mechanism? It seems like in Uruguay it was very successful, and I congratulate that. But sometimes just handing a child a laptop without having that go hand in hand with a conventional education, I just don't know if in the long term it's really viable and whether or not success can always be reached. Thank you so much. That's my question.
Thank you, Ambassador. And I will take on St. Kitts and Nevis as well in this round.
Thank you, Chair. And I too would like to commend our esteemed and highly learned panelists for their interesting views on this topic. Chair, we often try to establish a correlation between connectivity and the ability to adapt in the changing job market. However, I wonder about this often. For example, in St. Kitts and Nevis, we have 54,000 cellular connections, which amounts to about 115% of the population. We have 35.8 thousand individuals using the internet, 32.2 thousand social media user identities, and we have a successful one-to-one laptop program in the schools. Yet, kiosks at the airports replace bodies. ATMs, of course, replace bank tellers. So I wonder, and I would like to hear the perspective of both panelists on this. I wonder whether connectivity and access to AI have a positive or a negative effect on the job market. I ponder this a lot. And then this morning I heard something on the news where some individual developed an AI actress. And the whole movie industry, they're kicking up about it because they're saying that they want to boycott agencies that would want to work with such entities. So how do you think it pans out in the end? What's the balance? Does it create the jobs? Does it take away jobs? Thank you.
Thank you, St. Kitts and Nevis. And we give the floor to the panelists to react to these three countries.
So on the Paraguay, let me start with Paraguay.
The program that we've developed, that was in Honduras, in Nicaragua, the Dominican Republic. I think it got launched in Ecuador as well through an NGO that we work with. We have randomized control trials, which are placebo trials, in which basically you give a backpack to some kids and then other kids get a laptop. That has worked. There's always an improvement. But you do need to prepare the teachers. Adoption is central. And when you just throw laptops at people, it's just an obstacle. If you lose a laptop, it's not the end of the world. The teachers really freak out about that. But when it's in a controlled environment, it works. The thing is, it has to be a sustained effort. You can't just implement the program and then get rid of it, because then you are interrupting progress. That's the experience we've seen. And I'm happy to share any and all details from my end to help.
The question that you asked her on AI, does it create jobs? The truth is, we don't know. We think it destroys jobs in the short run, but creates them in the long run. And there's a reallocation. Right? So none of us are using candles today. This is the traditional story that one says, well, you know, there were a lot of candle makers in the 1800s, and they're all gone now. Or people used to work in the countryside, now they all live in the city. They created jobs. Who knew we would have Uber drivers in 1905? You know, so we don't know. But in the short run, it is a disallocation, and I think the key is twofold. One is to recognize that probably the person will not, will not be replaced by AI, but will be replaced by a person using AI. So there's always still a human in the loop, at least in my experience for now. The problem is this technology is evolving so quickly that, tomorrow I may not be here. So I think your question is valid. How far will it go before we create new jobs? And there is important work that was done, for example, on the Industrial Revolution in the United States. A very important economist named David Otter. He's at MIT, and he talked about what's called the China shock. He wrote a paper with Hansen and with others, and I believe he will win the Nobel Prize for this paper. And he showed that places like upstate New York, the Rust Belt in the United States, when you lose the factory, sure, other jobs are created, we don't know, et cetera, et cetera. If that adjustment takes 30 years, it's not really an adjustment, is it? You've killed off a generation. And so I think it is not without caution that one goes forward, but to not embrace this technology is also to bury your head in the sand, and so the alternative is worse. And that's where I think we need to be smart to make sure we don't fall into the hands of promises of, like, hey, let's ban the ATMs to make sure the tellers have jobs. I don't know that that's a good solution. So when you move in that direction, we need smarter solutions. We need for people in St. Kitts to do Airbnb through the internet, or to do, I don't know, I'm making things up, but we need to think through a better solution than the Luddite answer or the answer of Detroit. Neither is a good outcome.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Kochwar?
Yeah, sorry, I'd say just to address the question from the representative of Suriname, the institutional adjustments that need to be made, I think, are just continuous, intentional, and sustained and very pragmatic dialogue between public, private, and education sectors.
Did you want to comment on the other ones as well, or?
I think comments we're going to take a lot of time. I think that probably the key takeaway is that more research, more study is needed, and observations, monitoring, evaluation as technologies develop is super important, which I think underscores the importance of the work that you and this committee are doing.
Okay, thank you. I see no other requests at this moment, and our panelists may be excused from the meeting should they need to depart. On behalf of the Council, I once again express our sincere appreciation for the time they have taken to join us and for their thoughtful contributions to this important dialogue.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I now invite member states to share their strategies, policies, and programs aimed at addressing these challenges in their countries, as well as their vision for promoting regional cooperation through the OAS. This exchange is an opportunity to highlight national initiatives such as technical and vocational training programs, labor market reforms, and inclusive employment strategies, and to identify how they may contribute to a stronger region-wide framework for institutional and human resource readiness for trade. And I see a number of requests already. So we will give the floor to the Ambassador of Mexico first.
Gracias.
Thank you so much, Chair. Mexico faces a complex trade scenario currently with economic strength. We see that through low unemployment, a dignified minimum wage which has reached record highs. We have a stable legal framework, and we have one of the most dynamic labor markets in the world. And we have over 50 treaties and trade agreements for investment that promote economic justice, social inclusion, and productive and commercial freedom throughout the country. In this context, Mexico is the heart of a new strategy for industrialization, integral industrialization, with economic and trade growth, with tax incentives and relocalization policies that facilitate investment in strategic sectors, encouraging new investment and training, specialized training, that is, of our labor force. The Mexico Plan is a public policy endeavor that seeks to do right by the present and the future, with human capital as one of the main drivers for development. And that's why we want to cement a link between the academic sector, industry, the productive sector, and strengthen our links with plans for national development in order to further scientific, technological, and innovation developments, thereby also promoting integration with the rest of the Americas. Concerning the national strategies and practices to strengthen institutional capacities and human capital for trade and commerce, in Mexico, we have been making great efforts. Last September 23rd, the Secretariats for Public Education, the Economy, and Sciences, Humanities, Technologies, and Innovation carried out a meeting to update curricula, digital learning, and on microloans and semiconductors in order to align technical education as well as university education with strategic sectors as part of the Mexico Plan. We are building bridges for production, the academic sector, and we are moving towards a more flexible education that is connected to the productive spheres of our society and adapting to the 21st century. We are trying to promote recognition for professional certification, which will allow for greater mobility. Among different initiatives, we provide that certifications for professional skills in different areas through our Education Secretariat with multiple institutions and international organizations which cover international certifications in foreign commerce. We're trying to prepare any participants to face global challenges, and there's great potential for this to be implemented at a regional and cross-border level. Additionally, when we look at national efforts to better adapt education systems, training systems, learning modalities for future work in strategic areas, we should highlight that the Inter-American Development Bank and other institutions from Mexico in July of this year mapped out and jointly defined a strategic roadmap on dual education. Analyses of business investments have also been carried out in different areas in the country, focusing on key sectors to adapt human talent to the needs of our industries. We concluded the Mexico relocalization plan, where we had opportunities for people to gain and make use of their technological capacities. And we have worked to record over 1,000 courses that have already been completed by students at multiple levels, because these are the individuals who are going to build the future. We have also helped teachers so that they can deliver skills like technical use of English, the use of Python, the coding language, as well as garnering an inclusive approach towards women and youth. We are trying to prepare our human capital within the Americas, but our actions cannot be isolated. They must respond to a comprehensive approach at the sectoral and regional levels, so that we can work hand in hand with different actors as well as institutions for digital transformation and banking and development banking, so that we can achieve actual progress while we prepare people for the future so that they can have a better life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for this overview. And I give the floor now to the Ambassador of Brazil.
Thank you very much, Chair. First off, congratulations for taking on this role as chair of this important council. You can count on Brazil's delegation to support your work in this role. I also want to recognize Kim Osborne here and thank the panelists for their presentations this morning. Commercial competitivity isn't just a matter of productivity, Chair. It's about social inclusion, or it should be a factor for social inclusion. That's why the regional conversation must include the gender aspect and youth as pillars for sustainable competitivity. In that sense, I wanted to highlight the Brazilian Women Innovators Program, which seeks to promote startups led by women. In Brazil, we have the Sebrae Delas initiative, which seeks to promote entrepreneurship among women, especially in the SME space. Chair, in Brazil, we value the autonomy and flexibility of educational institutions, as well as their ability to make progress at the local level. And so there's a federal network of training centers. We have 186 different units that are dispersed among different ministries, technical schools, universities, and others. In the private sector, we have efforts that cover all kinds of economic sectors. For example, commerce through the SENAC and SESC, industry through SENAI and SESI, SME, Sebrae, which I just mentioned, and rural learning, SENAR, among others. Partnerships between the public and private sector and the academic sector are crucial. But crucial to our South-South cooperation are learning centers, which the Brazilian Cooperation Agency promotes, as well as many of the entities that I mentioned. 5 of these centers can be found throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. We have 1 in Haiti currently. Chair, learning must be certified to ensure that learning is something that is applied throughout a lifetime. Our networks, launched in 2024, also help to certify workers who complete training. Chair, I welcome the suggestion to create a repository of best practices concerning what we are discussing here today. This repository could highlight regional and sub-regional best practices. It would also be timely for us to publish information on programs that are open to foreigners so that we can promote more inclusive economies throughout the Americas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador and Vice Chair of the CD for this round. And I give the floor to the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Chair. Chair of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, Ambassador Jan Shalwick, Permanent Representative of Suriname to the OAS, Permanent Representatives, Executive Secretary of the Secretariat for Integral Development, alternates, guest speakers, and staff at the Secretariat, good morning. Chair, my delegation welcomes this agenda item as we seek to bring fresh perspectives on ways of thriving and surviving in this computerized, automated, and mechanized world. What is clear is that what worked in the past cannot and is not working now, and it will not work tomorrow. Chair, many scholars and industry experts espouse the view that the new currency to empower us to accelerate at the pace of change in this global economy is technical and vocational education and training, TVET. They argue that the strategic response to this phenomenon is to repackage and rebrand TVET as one of our best opportunities to participate competitively in the global economy and improve the standard of living for all. This shift is recognized by the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which has undertaken myriad initiatives geared towards enhancing the employability of the youth, women, and those in vulnerable situations. The Youth Empowerment Service Program, YES, the Support for Education and Training Program, the SET, the Offering National Support for Internship Training and Employment Program, the on-site ON-SITE, and the Promoting Youth Microenterprise Program, PRIME, PRYME, all target persons between 18 and 35 years old and are designed to capitalize on the opportunities in the labor market. Chair, technology is changing the way we perform tasks. We saw its acceleration during the COVID-19 pandemic. We have artificial intelligence, cloud computing, blockchain, and automation in logistics, shipping, and customs, just to name a few. Chair, investing in these and other emerging and transformative technological skills, together with certification for standards, cannot be overemphasized, as they are essential to enhance labor mobility and cross-border mobility. Additionally, forging industry partnerships at the sectoral level, where industry experts are involved in planning and designing, evaluating and developing training for students, can improve quality of life and make them, the students, relevant to the industry's needs. Thirdly, a fusion of TVET and STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, or STEAM, if you incorporate the arts, can further enrich the learning experience for a skilled individual. However, we must not forget the other technical skills such as management, a sophisticated understanding of trade policies and economics to produce a balanced, empowered, and competent professional. Chair, in closing, it is also equally important to have a strong political will to execute educational reform and push for regional collaboration. Otherwise, Chair, we will continue to see large-scale migration of our highly skilled workers to greener pastures. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for this contribution, and I give the floor to the representative of Canada.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank our panelists for their presentations, which favor constructive exchanges. In our opinion, the technical use of different kinds of technology in the education system require multidimensional kinds of collaboration. This is essential because the different government levels in our countries need to cooperate regionally and internationally. Canada is financing projects to be able to develop skills and to have qualified and inclusive labor forces. We are emphasizing not only training and upskilling to help them access employment in different high demand sectors. We are also helping SMEs to aid them in retaining talent. We are also investing in training workers, for example, in the green sector, to having ecological kinds of buildings and electric vehicles, and we're doing this throughout our country.
Has also developed several regional strategies and frameworks to support the recognition and portability of vocational certifications, which are essential for enhancing labor mobility and trade integration across borders. These efforts are grounded in collaboration between federal, provincial, and territorial governments and are supported by legislation and intergovernmental agreements. For example, the Pan-Canadian Framework for the Assessment and Recognition of Foreign Qualifications outlines a shared vision and principles for improving the recognition of foreign qualifications in regulated occupations. This framework focuses on timely and fair assessment processes and aims to facilitate labor mobility through mutual recognition of credentials. Another example is the Red Seal program, an interprovincial partnership between all provincial and territorial apprenticeship authorities and the federal government that sets common standards to assess the skills of tradespeople across Canada, while also reflecting the skills and knowledge requirements of the Canadian labor market. Canada also offers a suite of programs that support the labor market integration of underrepresented groups, such as youth, women, and Indigenous peoples. For example, through programs like Skills for Success and the Women in Skilled Trades Initiative, Canada is helping underrepresented groups, including women, racialized Canadians, and persons with disabilities, to build the skills they need to succeed in high-demand sectors. With the Indigenous Skills and Employment Training Program, Canada is working with over 650 Indigenous organizations across the country to provide First Nations, Inuit, Métis, and urban Indigenous peoples with training and support to close the skills and employment gaps. Chair, we stand ready to work with other member states to share our experience and to learn from one another, so that together we can build a more skilled, inclusive, and competitive workforce across the region. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Canada, for sharing this. And I give the floor now to Uruguay.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to promoting employment through training and improving competitiveness in Uruguay, our basic tenets are to have a stable macroeconomic environment, a regulatory framework to bring investment, stable governance, and also public resources for education. Uruguay is dedicating 4.1% of its GDP for public education at all levels. We have a university system where there are public and private universities, but the University of the Republic, which is the largest university, has 75% of our students. It is free and can be accessed by anyone in the country. At the same time, We believe that social dialogue is absolutely essential to have inclusion. We have a long tradition of tripartite dialogue, the state, employment, or employer, excuse me, and employees. And without that, it is hard to have any kind of equity. I will be brief, but I want to talk about some of the things we could offer with respect to exchange of experiences here at CITI. First of all, I'd like to highlight the National Institute of Professional Training and Employment. We have a board made up of employers, employees, and government. It is financed through a small portion of workers' wages and also a contribution by employers. And I think it is fundamental because this means there can be a flexible and ongoing training for those that work and those that don't. And it can be hybrid, it can be virtual, it can be in person. And especially for those who have lost their jobs and need to be upskilled to go back into the labor market. That is an experience that I wanted to underscore. Furthermore, in the last 15 years, Uruguay has developed a national experience. We call this the UTech University, the technological university. It was developed under the government of Pepe Mujica in order to have more technology and logistics, energy, IT, and other kinds of skills included at a university level. Furthermore, we have had in the hinterland in our country the development of training centers, a decentralization. We have divided the country in regions. We have a technological university in every single region instead of just in the capital. So I would say that in our last two administrations, although they were from different political parties, there has been the development of a modality called Uruguay Impulsa. Well, it started right after the pandemic. This was targeting the large unemployment that came about after that. But now we're calling it, again, Uruguay Promotes. And so the government is actually underwriting 5,500 jobs, people who've been out of work for more than a year and have no wages. These are people who have not received a solid education. They are hired for 18 months. Local governments, municipal and provincial governments are provided resources, and they work for these governments doing basic jobs. But they're also provided training. It's a way to collaborate with communities, allow someone to have wages, and also to be trained. These kinds of efforts help professional development. They provide talent and also help local ecosystems for innovation. Uruguay believes this is a very interesting session, and we believe that Brazil, Canada, and others can exchange experiences with us because we think that this could be interesting at a regional level. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview. And I give the floor now to Suriname.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Suriname aligns itself with the importance that this council places on human capital as the cornerstone of trade competitiveness in the Americas. It is clear that trade agreements and infrastructure alone cannot secure inclusive growth. Our economies require a workforce equipped with the skills, knowledge, and adaptability to meet the demands of modern, trade-intensive industries. Mr. Chair, for Suriname, these discussions are highly relevant. As a small open economy that is actively working to diversify beyond traditional sectors, the strengthening of human capital is indispensable. In particular, Suriname recognizes the strategic importance of developing skills in areas such as logistics, digital services, and agro-industry, which are critical for unlocking our trade potential and deepening our integration into regional and global value chains. However, as in many countries of the region, Suriname faces challenges in aligning education and training systems with the evolving needs of the labor market. Skills mismatches persist, and small and medium-sized enterprises, so vital to our economic base, often struggle to access the skilled labor they require to expand into export-oriented sectors. Mr. Chair, to address these gaps, Suriname has taken steps to modernize its technical and vocational education and training framework. Ongoing initiatives include expanding vocational training offers in digital skills, renewable energy, and agro-processing. Suriname also recognizes the value of regional cooperation to improve credential recognition and labor mobility so that workers can take advantage of opportunities across borders and bring back expertise that strengthens our domestic economy. In closing, Mr. Chair, Suriname supports the proposal to integrate a workforce development pillar into the roadmap for capacity building to improve trade in the Americas. We see this as an essential step toward building resilience, inclusion, and competitiveness across our hemisphere. We believe that regional cooperation, including knowledge exchange and support for SMEC, will allow all member states, large and small, to maximize the benefits of trade. I thank you.
Thank you, Suriname, and the floor now goes to Chile.
Thank you, Chair. For Chile, specialized human talent is a determinant factor to be able to have more international trade. Training with skilled workers or for skilled workers helps us be able to export more. It strengthens investment and institutionality as well as inclusion. The coordination between technical training and productivity is key. Our national education system have different trainings in logistics, phytosanitary skills, as well as other skills, so that our talent can be at an international standard. We also have the digitalization of different paperwork at a government level, and we are using technical devices at all levels. We are training our exporters. We are using different kinds of commercial technical software. The National Committee to Facilitate Trade coordinates the public and private sector, and we also have technical units with people who are trained in regulations, languages, which can facilitate import and export. Nevertheless, there are many challenges. We see that there is a digital divide with respect to e-commerce, traceability, and cybersecurity. We have limitations with respect to Portuguese, Mandarin, and English. These are key to have better markets. We also see that we have a deficit in international certification, and also we need more training in value chains, and our panelists actually addressed these issues. We see that we need to have more specialized training access. The public-private partnerships have been very effective to be able to address these challenges. Thanks to them, we have co-designed different curriculums with respect to logistics, clean energy, and traceability. We have also been able to do training in exports, and we have joint programs for specialized linguistics. We believe that CD can play a strategic role in overcoming these different gaps. For example, first, we could establish a certification system at a regional level in logistics, digital commerce, and international marketing. This would favor employment and employment skills and would allow businesses to hire people with this certification throughout the region. The design of language programs for trade, prioritizing technical English and other languages I mentioned, the creation of inter-American networks, which allow for different businesses, associations, and training centers to coordinate in order to be able to train people. Fourth, internships and cross-border employment for students. Fifth, the use of regional technological platforms for learning, which will allow for gaps to be addressed at a regional level. To strengthen our talent are key so Latin America and the Caribbean can take advantage of the opportunities offered. We reaffirm our commitment to this effort. We would like to cooperate with other member states in CD to build a shared agenda so we can have more competitiveness that is sustainable and inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Chile, for pointing out the needs and what can be done. And I give the floor now to the representative of St. Lucia, Santa Lucia.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my delegation is honored to have this opportunity to dialogue on such an important issue today, and we wish to thank the distinguished panelists who provided us with such insightful presentations and actionable recommendations. Chair, trade remains one of the key pillars of St. Lucia's development strategy. As a small island developing state, our economy depends heavily on external markets, not only for goods and services, but also for tourism investment and technology transfer. For countries like ours, participation in global and regional trade is not optional, it is essential. In this regard, St. Lucia welcomes the support of the OAS. Through technical cooperation, policy dialogue, and regional capacity building initiatives, the OAS has helped to strengthen our trade-related institutions. We have made important strides in developing the legal and regulatory frameworks to support trade. We have established and strengthened agencies to play an increasingly strategic role in trade facilitation, customs reform, and export development. And we are working steadfastly to develop a skilled, inclusive, and adaptive workforce. As we know, trade is one of the most powerful engines for economic development, innovation, and poverty reduction. If we are to create an ecosystem for trade that is inclusive and sustainable, we must implement systems such as the recognition of prior learning, which can formally recognize skills obtained through informal training and experiences. In this way, we can make certification available and accessible in a wider range of occupational areas to better reflect the myriad of jobs that exist. We need to provide training, certification, and startup grants to support cottage industries, thereby strengthening the economic stability of households and the community. The St. Lucia government is currently achieving this through several initiatives, including the Youth Economy Agency, the MSME Loan Grant Facility, and the Creative Economy Grant Fund. Chair, having acknowledged the key role that public-private academic partnerships play in any successful strategy, my delegation encourages the establishment of workforce development centers, where the private sector can actively participate in the development of training programs, helping to increase the relevance and responsiveness of our human resource capital in this quickly evolving industry. Chair, my delegation commends the OAS for its leadership on this matter. We support all ongoing efforts at enhancing labor mobility and promoting trade integration across our borders. We support calls for the harmonization of qualification frameworks, along with policy and curriculum alignment, as drivers for the attainment of these goals. We believe that it is through robust regional cooperation initiatives we can create institutions which are inclusive, sustainable, and future-focused, preparing our people not just for today's trade realities, but for tomorrow's digital, green, and services-based economy. Let us work together to ensure that trade does not become a weapon, but rather remains a true driver of resilience, opportunity, and shared prosperity for all our people. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break, a coffee break, sanitation break, 5 minutes. Yes? Then we continue. Yes, always good to have a short break, to move a little, and get your coffee, tea, water. So we continue now with our order of business, and we give the floor to the representative of Costa Rica.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's an honor for my delegation to participate in this session, which looks at a crucial matter for the development of our societies, the need to strengthen human capital, which is also strategic when it comes to increasing strategic competitivity and achieving sustainable and inclusive development. This doesn't just bring about integral development on its own. If our countries want to take advantage of trade as an engine for development, our societies need to have the skills, the adaptability, and the vision that productive sectors currently require. For that reason, Chair, allow me to share some experiences from Costa Rica that we deem relevant. First off, I'd like to make reference to the articulation model between the private, public, and academic sectors in key areas like digital services, medical devices, and logistics. A concrete example is our Alliance for Bilingualism program, which has allowed us to coordinate efforts to strengthen linguistic skills and digital skills among our youth, thereby increasing their insertion in different sectors. Now I want to highlight vocational training. Our INA Institute has made headway in dual learning, module learning, and constantly improving our studies programs, constantly looking at the demands of the labor market. Finally, our national employment system through the Brete network, which seeks to connect workers with opportunities through training that improves employability. Thirdly, Chair, we want to highlight some suggestions which, from Costa Rica's perspective, could be implemented with the support of the Executive Secretariat for Integral Development. First of all, we want to highlight the need to incorporate more women in sectors that have historically been dominated by men. This requires training programs that have a gender perspective, that reduce gaps and strengthen women's participation in strategic value chains. Secondly, we want to highlight the need to promote regional knowledge exchange as well as that of best practices and success stories. This could lead to better cooperation in specific areas, and we could better respond to the needs that our states have. And finally, we believe that we should promote strategic alliances and joint work among governments, the private sector, academia, and different public and private sector actors. We've carried out studies on the needs for emerging sectors, and this could be the basis for curricular updates. This council can play an important role in our regional agenda so that we can join both sides of the equation. We reiterate our commitment to the work of the organization, and namely that of CD, so that we can move towards a more integrated and resilient region. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Costa Rica, and I give the floor now to the representative of Ecuador.
I would like to begin by thanking the chair and the secretariat for their efforts and coordination of these sessions. Ecuador believes that previous conversations in this council would be incomplete if we didn't include a fundamental aspect: strengthening our human capital capacity. Without that, no country can really move forward, especially if we consider that their links with regional and global commerce is key to expand our country's economies and development. Training, lifelong training, is a central axis of President Daniel Noboa's plans. We're trying to meet the needs of sectors like logistics and green technologies, IT technologies. One example is the Natura Plan, which is based on education for sustainable development promoted by UNESCO. This develops skills and values so that students and citizens in general can act responsibly and to better enter the labor market. This has shown multiple results through social and green innovation. This can be adapted to the OAS framework as a model to strengthen regional labor forces. This plan is based on three axes. The first being environmental, promoting a circular economy, renewable energies, and green innovation. Then there's the economic aspect that promotes continuing education and training through public and private partnerships. And then there's the educational aspect where we look at digital ethics and citizen responsibility. Given that and everything said by other delegations, we've identified 4 strategic areas that should be included in the roadmap that we're looking at today, which will complement the work of the Secretariat. First, we have preparation of a labor force that is skilled in green sector knowledge for trade. Secondly, we have to promote innovation and learning ecosystems that combine the productive sector and academics to meet the needs of the market. Third, we have to ensure equity and promote competitivity among groups that have historically been marginalized and improve access in rural areas like we had talked about at the beginning of the session today. We have to include these cross-cutting aspects in general as a 4th item. This can also go hand in hand with a regional mechanism for mutual professional certification acknowledgement, like Chile mentioned, and promote inter-American integration in commerce. In that sense, the programs Conecta and the partnerships with the public and private sectors promote youth entrepreneurship. This facilitates internships, opportunities in rural areas, and updates skills for dealing with new challenges and brings information on digital modern banking. This increases women's, immigrants' participation, as well as that of population groups that are underserved. This leads to greater numbers of formal education and employment. And we believe that these experiences can act as an example and generate greater opportunities for cooperation amongst all member states, moving towards consensus amongst us all concerning the labor market or the labor force as a necessary pillar for development moving into the future. Thank you.
Thank you for these suggestions. And I now give the floor to the distinguished Ambassador of Panama.
Muy buenos días.
Good day. Thank you so much, Chair. The Republic of Panama thanks the Chair for convening this valuable session, looking at how we can share experiences and commitments among throughout our region in trade. We also want to extend our recognition to the panelists for their valuable contributions, which we have taken due note of. The Republic of Panama recognizes that commerce in all its dimensions represents a necessary lever for sustainable development in the Americas. However, we also acknowledge that you can't just have adequate legal frameworks or modern infrastructure. International trade requires solid, transparent, effective institutions, as well as highly skilled human resources that can quickly adapt to a world that is constantly changing. In that sense, and under the leadership of His Excellency Jose Raul Molino Quintero, President of the Republic, the country has taken firm steps towards consolidating its institutions, and its labor force to meet the challenges of international trade. At the institutional level, the Ministry of Labor and Labor Development has strengthened capacities with the help of the International Labor Organization, the International Migration Organization, and the UN Development Program. Thanks to all this cooperation, we have strengthened the work of public employment bodies, and we have carried out efforts to increase transparency in how we manage these matters. Concerning human resources, the government of Panama has developed innovative programs that seek to prepare our youth and the working population to integrate in a productive fashion in the labor market. The program My First Job and the program Vocational Training and Employment have trained thousands of children, of young people in social skills, as well as all kinds of areas where they will be able to take advantage of more employment opportunities. This should all be led by the principle of inclusion. Within this framework, Panama has promoted policies that ensure access by individuals with disabilities to vocational and training programs so that we can promote equity and increase the pool of available labor in our country. Chair, spaces like this council provide mechanisms to facilitate the creation of talent mobility networks as well as technical training programs in strategic sectors. That said, the Republic of Panama reiterates its commitment to multilateralism and best practices exchange among member states. We are convinced that together we can build a regional ecosystem in which our businesses compete with innovation, our workers meet the needs of the future, and our institutions act as facilitators for development. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Panama, for pointing this out. And we give the floor now to representative of Guatemala.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to everyone at the table in the front of the room, all of the member states and the delegations. Guatemala is appreciative that we have been given the opportunity to participate in this session, which we consider to be a proper foundation for commerce in the region. We welcome the information and the experiences shared by the panelists as well as those by the member states who have taken this space to share opportunities for cooperation. We also welcome the information in the concept note, which enriches the conversation we've held here today. Commerce can not only be interpreted from the perspective of markets or infrastructure. The true impact can be seen in the ability for people to integrate into spaces where you can innovate. And if you want to achieve that, you need to invest in human capital. In Guatemala, the development agenda is making headway. Among different initiatives, we want to highlight in foreign direct investment from 2024 to 2027, which seeks to promote investment, create jobs, and contribute to the transfer of knowledge, systems, and management mechanisms to improve the country's competitivity. In that context, we also promote the agency Pro Guatemala, which facilitates cooperation between the public and private sector, academia, and international cooperation, providing better conditions for investment. Similarly, we have an action plan for trade promotion for 2025 to 2027, which seeks to strengthen our own products and services within international markets, thereby promoting integral cooperation between key actors like, for example, unions, embassies, institutions, all linked to trade. To strengthen that further, we also launched the Guatemala Exports the Best program, which wants to consolidate Guatemala's presence among different markets as a provider of quality. We understand that this requires joint effort between the private, the public, and academic sectors. And we have our technical institute, INTECAP, which has a three-pronged type of governance that allows us to provide technical information adapted to sectors. Also, Campus Tech Guatemala, which integrates innovation, entrepreneurship, and information in a joint system among universities, businesses, and entrepreneurs. Chair, we also believe that what other delegations have expressed is right. There are still gaps when it comes to information technologies, agro-industry, innovation, green technologies. So we need to promote these areas through cybersecurity, data technology, etc. That will allow us to attract greater investment, reduce informality, and better integrate in global supply chains. In that regard, we need to collaborate at a regional level. We need to develop our labor force through technical and linguistic training, improve employability, and certify so that people have greater access to work mobility. We highlight the offerings by CD, which helps to bolster different entities' capacities in these regards. Guatemala believes that human capital is a fundamental asset to trade competitivity. That is why investing in youth, women, and rural communities is betting on better productivity and more resilient, equitable societies that will be able to take advantage of trade to achieve greater development in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Guatemala. And the floor now goes to the República Dominicana.
The Dominican Republic has the floor. Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. The delegation of the Dominican Republic welcomes the opportunity to resume this collective reflection on how to improve human resources capacity as an engine for inclusive development in the Americas. We acknowledge that in the current context, the commercial competitivity of our economies depends more on our institutions' strength and human capital. We require a prepared, adaptable, and inclusive labor force that can fully take advantage of the opportunities present in international trade. Chair, in order to overcome these challenges, the Dominican Republic has promoted multiple initiatives. At the institutional level, we have promoted policies to connect development with public policy. Our 2018-2030 program, our national program for competitivity, and the modernization of the single window for foreign commerce are instruments that strengthen the state's capacity and that of the productive sector to enter global value chains as well as regional value chains. Our country has identified, however, that the gap between educational supply and labor demand remains one of the greatest challenges to fully taking advantage of trade. According to the ILO Americas report, there are still employment quality issues and education levels have an impact on salaries. Factors that affect youth employment are the inability to access formal opportunities, the inability to develop soft and hard skills, and little access to the labor market in general. We believe that work-based learning is key to overcoming many of these challenges, especially in emerging sectors. Those who complete these programs have been able to obtain real work experience. They develop technical and soft skills, which allow them, a lot of them, to get their first job. And so I would like to share some examples of actions that our government is undertaking. The implementation of the dual training program that combines theory at an information center with practice in a working environment. This lasts from 6 to 24 months, depending on the curricular program you choose. With the implementation of dual training, businesses themselves qualify employees through technical courses that the Institute of Technical Professional Training offers, where they already prepare workers depending on what a business requires. A study conducted recently showed that 89% insertion rates have been achieved. This is for the benefit of public and private alliances, and this has been very successful in the Dominican Republic. Another example is the 1424 Opportunity Program, which is an initiative launched by the government of the Dominican Republic in coordination with the Social Policy Department, which seeks to help vulnerable children between 12 and 14 years old by offering them technical, academic, and personal training so that they can better enter the labor market, so that they can be more entrepreneurial, etc. Once students are trained in any particular vocation, they can be sent as trainees or interns for 3 months to work at a particular company. In order to highlight these alliances, we have signed agreements to promote the insertion of vulnerable groups in the labor market. For example, though this is not an exhaustive list, women, youth, and people with disabilities. We understand the importance of providing dignified work so that we can break the cycles of poverty. Chair, as we've expressed on previous occasions, matters like what we're discussing today are of great value to the Dominican Republic, and sharing everyone's experiences will help us to transform trade opportunities and commercial opportunities for everyone. We'll be able to achieve greater social cohesion and move towards a future that we all aspire to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And last one in the list, but not the least, is Ambassador of Paraguay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad to be last but not least. Well, in keeping with the interventions of the panelists, they spoke about AI and that it's an historical opportunity to close social gaps, improve institutional capacity. And this is, of course, the focus of our session. I also wanted to talk about the fact that these are important issues for my country. And I had already underscored a few points about this, but I wanted to highlight now that Paraguay is taking this very seriously, and we are strengthening our training capacity. I just wanted to share with you an example. The Polytechnical University in Taiwan and Paraguay have a partnership. We have computer science and other kinds of important training that's necessary in this digital era. I already mentioned as well, and it's very important to have a private sector initiative. Our German university in Paraguay is also providing training in applied AI. And the interesting thing about this university is it's a Paraguayan German university because it is accredited fully in Germany as well as in Paraguay. So our graduates have a double degree. In other words, they have a degree in Germany or in Paraguay, and so they can work in the European Union and have their credential recognized. We have courses that are in person and virtual to develop AI training and skills. And so this means that employers and employees can meet the new demands of the labor market. This is complemented by our national professional development system, and this is promoting digital literacy throughout the country. The Ministry of MITIC, the IT ministry, has different e-government programs, and it is leading the charge in AI. We have the National Council for Science and Technology. They have a national roadmap for AI with the participation of universities, civil society, and the private sector. At the same time, the National Congress is looking at a draft law with respect to the regulatory framework for AI to protect fundamental rights and to push an ethical use of AI. All of these efforts also go hand in hand with applications of AI in sectors like education, agriculture, and others, as well as trade. Finally, through the scholarship program, BECAL, Paraguay trains talent in data science, AI, abroad. This is a program that provides opportunities to young people to be able to study in the best universities abroad. Just for your information, in keeping with the website of our scholarship program, 148 scholarships have been offered, and 2,000 and some went abroad and came back to share their knowledge with their compatriots. This year, the government announced that we will now have 6,900 beneficiaries and or scholarships, and that will provide scholarships to 17,000 people. So we are moving forward in our transformative AI effort. We believe AI must be an instrument for equity and well-being and should not be a factor for exclusion. But of course, there are many challenges to include the entire population in this process. And so we believe that Paraguay needs to insert itself in the international market. We want to work with our international partners and other member states to have a more human-centered, ethical AI, which will allow for greater trade amongst countries. Thank you.
Thank you. All these contributions were very valuable, and I want to thank you, also the experts that we had invited, for the valuable perspectives that everyone has shared. The Secretary has duly noted the insights presented, which will help inform our ongoing work under the framework of CD and contribute to the roadmap for capacity building to improve trade in the Americas. So thank you all, and next month we'll continue this round of discussions. For the time being, we now move to item 3 on the order of business, which is the confirmation of the chair of the Committee on Migration Issues. We will now proceed to the confirmation of the chair of the Committee on Migration Issues, which is Ambassador Ana Irene Delgado, Permanent Representative of Panama. As delegations may recall, during our last meeting, Ambassador Delgado was elected to serve as chair of the Committee on Migration Issues. At that time, she was unable to be present. Today, however, she is present, and we are pleased to have her here with us. And I now give her the floor for her formal acceptance of this role. The floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to begin by expressing my sincere thanks to all delegations here. It's an honor to have been elected by consensus to chair the Committee on Migration Issues during this period. And I undertake this responsibility with a commitment to work in a constructive manner with all member states so that CAM is a space to strengthen collaboration at hemispheric level to promote migratory policies that protect human rights and foster integral development. Our region faces migratory challenges that are complex and are ever-changing. Forced displacements, irregular migration, and situations of vulnerability demand coordinated responses. Panama recognizes that human mobility is an integral phenomenon and must be addressed with solidarity, responsibility, and deep respect for dignity of all migrants. In Panama, our migratory policy is based on an institutional framework, Decree Law 3 from 2008, together with regulations with respect to asylum, ensure transparency, security, and protection of fundamental rights of those who reside or transit through our country. Migrants have access to health, education, and legal assistance that reflects our commitment to human dignity and international standards with respect to human rights. Panama understands that migratory challenges cannot be handled in an isolated manner. We want to strengthen cooperation with the OAS, the OIM, and neighboring countries to have humanitarian assistance programs, protection of asylum seekers, and also security in high-risk routes, safe, orderly migration, call for multilateral efforts, best practices, and a shared vision for the region. During this period, at the head of CAM, we propose to work on 3 pillars that are priorities: to strengthen hemispheric cooperation, to manage mixed migratory flows, promote best practices, interoperability of migratory systems, and differentiated attention for vulnerable persons, asylum seekers, and victims of human trafficking, have safe, orderly, and regular migration, facilitating cooperation with private sector, civil society, multilateral organizations to have frameworks, socioeconomic integration, and also the protection of human rights. And third, to have co-responsibility and regional solidarity, which goes beyond stigmatization of migrants, rather recognizes their contribution and their transformative effect on our communities and our economies. In this context, we have adopted concrete measures to regularize migrants who are in a regular situation, allowing them to have access to legal certainty, employment, and health. We have Executive Decree 6 from March 2025. We implemented a permit, a humanitarian assistance permits. This has allowed for thousands of migrants to have access to basic services and legal opportunities for work while their applications for asylum are being studied. Based on our geopolitical and geographic position, we have seen the drama in the Darien Gap. So we reaffirm our conviction, Chair, that no country alone can face this challenge. We need collective action. We need co-responsibility. We need political action. We invite all member states to join together with our agenda to exchange information, to coordinate policies, and to have safe opportunities for asylum seekers and migrants. Well-managed migration can be a motor for regional progress and development. Chair, Panama is ready to lead with an example, to hear and to build something with all of you, because only with a shared vision and unity can we change these challenges or transform them into opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador, and I'm sure that you will do a good job as chair of this Committee on Migration Issues. If there are no objections, then we will formally confirm the Ambassador of Panama as chair of this committee. And we wish you every success in fulfillment of your responsibilities. We are confident that the CAM will be very good managed under your leadership. We now go to item 4 on the order of business, update and streamlining of mandates assigned to the Executive Secretariat for Integral Development. Under this agenda item, we will hear a presentation by Mr. Luis Alberto del Castillo from the Office of the Executive Director.
Muy buenas tardes a las distinguidas delegaciones.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. It is a pleasure to present this issue, which is the update and also the screening of mandates. We are undertaking this effort together with the Executive Secretariat for Integral Development. And at this time, I wanted to take this opportunity to recognize and thank the committed involvement of Secretary Osborne to be able to carry out this exercise. Thank you very much, Secretary Osborne. We acknowledge your great efforts. Now, we are going to rapidly go over the background information and the have been mandated to update the mandate management system. We have to be screening these in an ongoing way so that we can have useful information that can be provided to delegations. So when they are actually negotiating resolutions for the GA, they can do so. We have gone through or been before different committees, and we have done this exercise with these committees, and we are now working on this with the CHAP. We have been able to actually reduce the number of mandates And so we want to eliminate 32% of the mandates in the CAJP. This resolution also brought about significant changes to mandate management. Well, what do we understand by a mandate? And secondly, the validity of the mandates and also cost estimation and the timeframes to do this and their relationship with the program budget. So what is a mandate? Previously, until September 2024, a mandate was a request to the OAS General Secretariat, which has its origin in the resolution of the General Assembly. So that could be anything. And so we began to accumulate mandates and which member states could support to carry out routine activities, to do analysis or studies, or to report on activities, both at a general and specific levels. It could be specific programs. Now, based on the ag-res from the program budget of the 2025 program budget, well, the mandate changes. So the decision of the General Assembly on public policies regarding the 4 pillars, which imply instructions to the organs, agencies, and entities for their implementation that are not included within its routine function. So we have a clear idea here of what is a mandate. Additionally, this resolution provides for the time frame of the mandates. The implementation, if it does not start within 2 years, or the corresponding costing process is not presented within the established time frame, the mandate will expire. So also this allows us to really update the mandates and just have the valid mandates that are needed and important for the organization. For the Executive Secretariat of Integral Development, in the inventory, we have 138 mandates, of which, and you can see the distribution here, by year, 10% of the mandates are in force, which correspond to 2015 or previous years. Then we have others that are from another period. Now, with regard to the time frames and the costing, we did an analysis that was very thorough, mandate by mandate, to determine the status of these mandates. So we determined that 8 of these mandates, of the 138, were out of time. 12 are support to carry out actions. 50 are continuity of actions, so that this is something that the Secretariat needs to continue to do. 8 are completed. 7 are instructions which correspond to activities specific to the areas. So that means 53 mandates are actually current or valid. Now here, we have the proposal that we are bringing to you, which is take note of the 53 current mandates, and that with this information, we can update the Sigma with the information contained in the file attached to the presentation. We see these mandates in force per year, and we have their classification by theme within the thematic structure of the resolutions for integral development. Now with this, Chair, we conclude our presentation, and of course, we are available to delegations for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Del Castillo. And I now open the floor to delegations who may wish to comment. El Salvador. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We thank Mr. Del Castillo for these efforts. It is a difficult but necessary effort. I'd like to go back to the chart where we have the 53 mandates, because when I saw it, I thought of a question. If you could put that back up on the screen, please.
Si no se puede, pues me pareció ver algunos temas o categorías.
Well, I don't know if you can, but it seems to me that I saw a few categories. Oh, thank you. Promote education and human development in the Americas, 6, and then promote education and human development in the Americas, 3. What's the difference between these two? Why is this divided? It's the same issue. Does it depend on the years? What's the criteria? That's one of the questions I have. Thank you.
Gracias. No,
Thank you. A great observation. Just because the computer recognizes typos, you see in one of the Americas, there were some quotes, and we didn't review it. I beg your pardon, but no, it's the same issue.
Perdón. Entonces,
So it really is 9 in this category. Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay, the Ambassador of Uruguay.
Uruguay?
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Chair. It's clear how we are moving forward and what the criteria and methodology are, but I have a question about the methodology. The criteria to eliminate mandates is very clear, but my question is, can states review this before they're eliminated? I want to see, or I don't see here, what mandates are actually being eliminated. And so I'd like to know if we get to look at those.
muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for the question. Right on the mark to be able to explain the interaction between the political bodies and the General Secretariat. We are going to distribute to member states the entire list of 138 mandates with the specifications of each decision made, the analysis that has been carried out by the Office of the Executive Director, the opinion of the Executive Secretariat of Integral Development, and the results or outcome of these analyses. Those will be distributed today, and we will be paying close attention as to whether states want to make observations, and we will be paying attention to that. And this is the moment to make those observations once you get that document. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, and I give the floor to Colombia.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Del Castillo, for the presentation. We have 2 questions along the same lines as El Salvador. Climate change also appears twice. We have one with the years and one without, so it would be 12 total for climate change. And in the last line, it says blank, and there are 4 mandates. just to understand what do those four mandates have to do with? Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Colombia. Climate change was divided in this manner because the original resolutions are identified in this manner. And the four blank mandates are because they're so old that they're not classified under any theme. And we didn't want to classify them in a way that was not official. And that's why. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe we can call the blank rather unclassified or so. Yeah. Okay, so member states will get this document and they can then still react to it. Mexico still has a reaction, yes?
Thank you very much, Chair. My delegation has taken due note of this presentation, and we will be carefully reviewing the document that's about to be distributed to be able to make comments in this respect. We thank Mr. Luis Alberto de Castillo for this information. And in this framework, we wanted to refer to a point that's related to this. We wanted to refer to Res 3038 approved, promoting hemispheric action from 2025, and this is from our General Assembly. And we're referring to operative paragraphs 2 and 3, which refers to the work plan to implement the resolution with respect to strengthening CD, which was approved by this council last March. And it extends the mandate of the informal consultation to strengthen CD, which will allow for the implementation of work plan and also urges states to celebrate the creation of CD in 2026 and to promote and participate in the design of this so we can promote integral development as a priority pillar of the organization. So we wanted to state that in this context, we believe it is advisable to have an informal consultation mechanism in the political body for promoting cooperation, and we want to preside over this. We propose as a first step to reestablish this mechanism, and which we could do at a first session, and using as a basis the work plan. And this mechanism would allow us to review the steps we need to take, what substantive measures we need to take. And we could then update the regulatory framework of CD and look at the 30th anniversary and what kind of events we need to hold in keeping with the past mechanisms. This should be voluntary, just those member states who are interested in it. Its recommendations would be presented to the policy or political body in the first quarter of 2026, and they could be considered for approval by CD and the next GA in 2026. Mexico therefore reaffirms its commitment to strengthening CD, making it more visible, and we want to continue to work so that integral development can improve the lives of all our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for this comment. Mr. Castillo, you want?
Thank you, Mexico, for that. I think first let me thank Luis Alberto for the exercise in trying to narrow down the number of mandates that we had. We had lots of mandates on the books, and I think that one of the things that I always emphasize with member states and with the colleagues within SETI is that mandates do not, unless there's a definitive date on them, they do not expire. And as such, we were repeating mandates year after year and increasing the number of mandates. The same mandates were being repeated year after year for projects, for programs, even when the mandate was still in effect. So I think that was very effective. With regard to the work to be undertaken within the Committee on Policies, absolutely. I think there's ongoing work. We have a new chair of the Committee on Policies, and as such, the work of the Committee on Policies will begin. And we'll also look into preparing for the anniversary of CD as was recommended within the context of the resolution. The Secretariat is fully aware of what is being done, and I take this opportunity as well to introduce the new Secretary of CD, Georgina Mayorga, who's joining us for the first time. We've also had discussions on some of the very issues that Mexico has raised, and we will be following up with member states to ensure that they're effective. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I think that this concludes the discussion under item 4. We now go to item 5, the CD sectoral ministerial process cycle. We turn to the preparations for the 10th Inter-American Meeting of Ministers of Culture and Highest Appropriate Authorities, which will take place in Washington, D.C. on November 13 and 14. And I now give the floor to Mr. Richard Campbell, Chief Section of the Area of Culture and Tourism, to provide us with an update on the preparations for this important ministerial. Mr. Campbell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Actually, good afternoon, everybody. Chair, the preparations for the 10th Inter-American Meeting of Ministers of Culture and Highest Appropriate Authorities are well advanced, with the preparatory meeting set to take place on October 6th and 7th, actually next week. Chair, the Secretariat has circulated to member states the draft agenda and the draft schedule of the prep meeting, as well as the draft declaration and the draft plan of action of Washington, entitled Advancing Culture and the Creative Economy for Prosperity in the Americas. Chair, the outcome documents of the prep meeting will be forwarded to the Ministers of Culture and Highest Appropriate Authorities for their consideration and approval during the ministerial meeting, November 13-14. Just to conclude finally, Chair, very briefly again, delegates will recall that in an effort to facilitate negotiations for the meeting, the Technical Secretariat has opened a virtual forum on Corporate to enable the cultural authorities to post their comments and to provide inputs to the draft documents. And here again, I'm making a plea. Member states are encouraged to upload their proposals and comments on the two main documents. These are the draft declaration and the draft plan of action of Washington, D.C. So, Chair, thank you for the chance to update the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. I hope that all member states will, I wouldn't say pressure their ministers to be here and authorities, but to engage in this because it's very important. And culture is more than culture, as we often think. I open the floor for delegations who wish to comment on this or ask questions. Ecuador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished delegates, at the outset, we would like to take the floor to congratulate the permanent representative of Panama for her confirmation as chair for the Committee on Migratory Affairs, just as a quick parenthesis. And in this regard, as far as what we're discussing now, Ecuador wants to express its deep appreciation to the Secretariat for the invaluable support that it has given us in both ministerial and sectoral processes within CD, both for culture and education. As chairs of these two processes, we highlight that the projects and activities have been launched over the last 3 years, and that would not have been possible without the support of the Secretariat. And also thanks to the work and commitment of each of the delegations present here today. In culture, we highlight that the convening of the 10th meeting of ministers and high authorities on culture, which the documents have been made available for today's consideration, including the plan, the Washington D.C. plan, promote culture as an engine for prosperity in the Americas. We will look at these matters on November 1st, and we are also pleased to invite all delegations to actively participate in this process. Pertaining to education, we want to highlight that this effort also is a necessary continuation of the Inter-American 2022-2027 education plan, strengthening regional cooperation and opportunities for inclusive development. Next week, we will celebrate the preparatory meeting. We'll hold that session, and we hope that all member states will join in and contribute, as well as for the 22nd ministerial meeting of high authorities for education. We welcome all events held by the Secretariat promoting education and culture, and we will continue to participate in them through the working groups that are going to be established through multiple processes that will allow us to make progress as a region. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other requests, then we turn to the invitations for the 10th Inter-American Meeting of Ministers of Culture and Highest Appropriate Authorities. Delegations have received document CD doc/doc 464/25, which contains the preliminary list of observers and special guests to be invited to the meeting. These invitations are extended in accordance with Articles 15 through 18 of the Rules of Procedure for the sectoral and specialized meetings of ministers and/or high authorities in the framework of CD, which govern the participation of organs and agencies of the Inter-American System, permanent observers, other observers, and special guests. So that's the document, and if there are no objections, then we can approve. Yes? Okay, we approve this document. We will now proceed with the establishment of the order of precedence of the delegations of the member states for the 10th Inter-American Meeting of Ministers of Culture and Highest Appropriate Authorities, followed by that of the permanent observers. As stipulated in Article 19 of the Rules of Procedures of CD, the order of precedence for each ministerial or equivalent meeting is established in alphabetical order in Spanish by the regular monthly CD meeting. Once the first place has been drawn by the lot, the order of precedence of the permanent observers is determined in the same manner. So we will go over to a draw, and I think I have to take one, and let's see. My good friend from Panama. She is out, but yes, somehow chair of CAM, and now they have the first. That's for the regular member states, and we will draw also for the permanent observers one. And that will be Norway. So Norway is the first one, and we will see how many observers will attend. Good. So we have done that, and then we continue with item 6, which is the 23rd America's Competitiveness Exchange. Esteemed colleagues, the 23rd America's Competitive Exchange will be held in Cordoba, Argentina, from November 2 to 7. ACE Cordoba will bring together high-level authorities and decision makers from across the Americas to foster strategic connections in trade, investment, and innovation with leaders from some of the region's most dynamic economic sectors. The program agenda will showcase global companies and world-class initiatives in agribusiness and agri-tech, life sciences, health tech, and biotechnology, connectivity and digital transformation, and the automotive and auto parts industry, among others. This morning, we are joined by Mr. Rodrigo Ceballos Biso, visiting us all the way from Cordoba, Argentina. He serves as Undersecretary for International Relations for the province of Cordoba, promoting international cooperation, strategic partnership, and sustainable development. He has extensive experience in both the public and private sectors. He has worked as a technical and commercial advisor for private companies, as well as a television producer and political consultant. In the public sector, he has held key roles such as Head of Institutional Relations at the Secretariat of Planning and Modernization of the Governments of Cordoba Province, General Director of International Relations and Cooperation for the City Hall of Cordoba, and General Director of Project Implementation and Management at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of Argentina. Mr. Ceballos, you have the floor.
Buen día a todos.
Hello, everyone. First off, thanks to the OAS for inviting me to be here and participate in this session. It's an honor for me to be with all of you and present to you the new session which will be held in the province of Cordoba. I want to salute Ambassador John Martin Whelan, who our permanent representative of Suriname to the OAS, the Executive Secretariat for Secretary for Integral Development, Kim Osborne, who I want to recognize her efforts for development throughout the region. All the other permanent members of the OAS, and the permanent representative of Argentina to the OAS. It's an honor for me, a real pleasure, to present the 9th session of this America's Competitiveness Exchange to be held in Cordoba, Argentina. We have had we've made great headway in this sense. Actually, I was at the one in Belém in Brazil. I participated in that meeting, and it was very fruitful, at least for me personally, but also at a governmental level, because we were able to connect with many leaders, people at a technical level. There were great people there who allowed me to launch and develop new projects for development in Cordoba. Cordoba has also participated in sessions held in Illinois. We have made lots of connections through that session as well, through Worldliness Chicago, with the University of Illinois, that we have collabed with on different development efforts, namely to promote development in Cordoba. And so this is a high-level opportunity for us subnational governments to generate lots of connections that will promote development throughout the province and the regions. I think that this is a great initiative when it comes to regional integration, one of the best that I've been able to participate in my own work. Cordoba is at the heart of Argentina. As you can see, it is smack in the very center of the country. Geographically, it's strategically positioned. This is the second province in terms of the largest GDP. We have some of the greatest exportation. We make up 13% of all of Argentina's exports, and and this province is highly internationalized. We are very relevant to international trade of goods and services, but we also participate in lots of integration processes as part of the global agenda. What sets Cordoba apart? I am from Cordoba. I was born there, so I am so proud to be able to share this with you all. But just to summarize, I think it's a matter of production diversification. Cordoba produces 27 different categories of goods, covering lots of different axes and different matters. We have singular, unique development for the region. Argentina is greatly diversified, but even within Argentina, Cordoba is quite diverse in that sense. Our academic ecosystem is very robust. We have 2 universities. There's over 300,000 students across the province at different education centers, and so we have been able to create this triad with the public sector, and these university clusters, where these productive clusters feed industry. It's something that has allowed us to internationalize and really position our province better. Our political and tax stability, we are a democratic space, and I think that when it comes to having a solid tax framework has allowed us to develop great public policy, which over the last 20 years have stood the test of time. We are regionally integrated through strategic infrastructure. We have regional flights, we have flights, direct flights to Europe. This also makes it easier for us to trade goods and products, and our region is connected to many others. Cordoba also allows people to access other parts of the country. It's a main artery, and so production can be moved around easily from and through Cordoba. Our culture of innovation is quite robust in the province. There's a lot of sports, there's a lot of different leisure activities that people can partake in, and there are spaces throughout the city for people to enjoy these activities. It's quite a paradise. Now, the economic sectors that we will discuss during the meeting are sectors that we at an international level promote. These are productive sectors that we think have already shown potential for internationalization and that we want to internationalize. Those are the ones that have been included in the agenda for the meeting. Agro-tech and agro-industry, for example. Cordoba makes up 36% of Argentina's corn production and 73% of the nuts production. So in addition to nuts, soy, Cordoba also produces many other crops that are present in the agro-industry and agro-tech sectors. This is an area where we have generated lots of jobs directly and indirectly, which directly contributes to the GDP. So Cordoba is of vital relevance to Argentina, and the agro sector is essential. The automotive industry is very important in Cordoba. 1 in 3 cars produced in the country are manufactured in Cordoba. This also creates direct and indirect jobs when it comes to manufacturing car parts. You have Volkswagen, Iveco, all of those two, among other businesses or companies, have headquarters in Cordoba. And there are these clusters with the universities that allow us to accelerate the automotive industry, and that has a major impact on the province of Cordoba. Connectivity and digital transformation. Cordoba, specifically, well positioned as a digital transformation hub for the region. There are over 3,000 businesses in the ecosystem that have to do with with artificial intelligence, fintech, software. More than 63,000 workers in this area. That makes up 11% of jobs in the province. And universities also play an important role here. As I was saying previously, the universities help to leverage knowledge within these productive clusters, and that allows us to improve production and employment. These are sectors that can also be well internationalized from the province. The innovation and startups ecosystem is very robust. We've got 300 plus startups and over 70 incubators and accelerators. It's a very dynamic area, and we have and it's where lots of different international companies are headquartered. You have innovation businesses that are doing well within Cordoba's ecosystem. And finally, you have life sciences and everything that requires. Cordoba works very hard on this with businesses that are connected to the digital transformation of our healthcare. As you can see, Cordoba's economy is very diverse. It's got lots of different sectors in it, and you can see that diversity throughout the physical region itself. As can be seen here, I'm just going to skip some slides. I want you all to see how the different areas or the departments within the province develop in different ways and different areas. In the center, you have automotive industry as the focus, mechanics in the south, maybe more to do with agrotech or biotechnology. And so the different regions within the province will develop multiple clusters that will lead to greater development and job creation throughout the province itself. The agenda for this meeting, this ACE, which will be held in Cordoba, will begin on its first day. That's the welcoming session, and we'll sort of set the stage for culture and tourism in the region, in the city. We'll look at the innovation, the industrial and sports innovation section. On the second day, we will talk about the automotive industry. We'll talk about medical technologies. On the third day, we'll move towards the center, or the more rural areas of the province. We'll look at agro-innovation and bioenergy. Day 4 will be agro-industry and food products. Day 5 is manufacturing and technology. And then finally, the 6th day, everything to do with the innovation ecosystem for universities and startups. That said, I would like to invite you all to get to know Cordoba, the productive center and heart of Argentina. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer, and we are excited to welcome you in Cordoba.
Vamos a compartir a continuación.
We will now play a video by the governor of the province of Cordoba.
Es un honor invitarlos del 2 al 7 de noviembre a la 22ª edición del Intercambio para la Competitividad de las Américas. Para Córdoba, este encuentro es una declaración de futuro, un encuentro histórico que refleja el compromiso de toda la provincia, de su ecosistema de innovación con el crecimiento sostenible y la cooperación internacional. Córdoba es el motor económico de la Argentina, porque cuenta con una destacada diversidad productiva. Tenemos agroindustria, tenemos industria manufacturera, tenemos industria de la economía del conocimiento y muchas más, También nuestra provincia presenta una ubicación estratégica. Estamos en el corazón de la Argentina, con una infraestructura sólida, con perfil exportador y estabilidad fiscal. Somos una provincia con un sector científico, académico y emprendedor dinámico, donde fluyen las ideas y también el talento. Aquí las startups, los clústeres, las empresas, las universidades, los parques industriales trabajan articuladamente y, por supuesto, trabajamos siempre el sector público con el sector privado. Desde el Estado provincial generamos las condiciones para que el sector privado pueda crear empleo de calidad y, por supuesto, atraer inversiones. En Córdoba estamos a la altura de los desafíos globales, de los desafíos que el mundo le exige a los gobiernos locales. Por eso, el intercambio para la competitividad de las Américas es una gran oportunidad para mostrar nuestro modelo de desarrollo regional competitivo. También para generar un espacio propicio que fomente nuevas alianzas comerciales, para abrir canales de colaboración y compartir entre todos las buenas prácticas que beneficien a todo el continente americano en materia de producción, generación de empleo y competitividad. Bienvenidos a Córdoba, bienvenidos al corazón productivo de la Argentina.
So we thank Mr. Ceballos Biso and also the governor for that presentation. And you have a lot of information, and this is the time to give some comments or ask questions. And I see the United States. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you, Undersecretary Ceballos Biso, for your presentation on the upcoming ACE in Cordoba, Argentina. The United States continues to support the ACE program because we believe in the importance of a shared commitment to innovation, competitiveness, and advancing economic dynamism. The ACE program is designed to open doors for collaboration, bringing people together to share ideas, build connections, and unlock new pathways for economic growth. We live in a fast-moving, constantly evolving world where technology, innovation, and global supply chains are transforming our economies at an extraordinary pace. Cordoba embodies this momentum, serving as a vibrant hub where these forces converge across key sectors. We are excited that Cordoba is welcoming ACE and see this as a valuable opportunity to bring together influential leaders from both the public and private sector who embody the creativity, energy, and risk-taking spirit necessary to drive innovation forward. Cordoba will be showcasing a number of their powerhouse sectors during a week that will take us through 8 cities. We will visit almost the entire province and will take part in an agenda full of opportunities. We encourage member states to invite qualified potential participants to pursue the opportunity to participate in this upcoming iteration of ACE. The ACE network is known for continuing to build upon itself, as those who have participated in previous ACEs continue to boast about the program and continue to pursue participating while also bringing new participants into the fold or increasing the network. We have no doubt that ACE Cordoba will host a successful ACE where partnerships and collaborations will be established that will further enhance the ACE network and will help our region success in economic, help our region to succeed in the economic world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I give the floor now to the Bahamas.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, I want to thank Undersecretary Ceballos Biso for the presentation on the upcoming 23rd ACE, and through you, to thank the government of Cordoba, Argentina, for the offer to host the next ACE. The proposed focus on the critical sectors of agribusiness and agricultural tech, connectivity and digital transformation, startup and innovation ecosystems, and life sciences will undoubtedly result in a relevant, impactful, and dynamic agenda for ACE participants, which the Bahamas looks forward to. Chair, I had the honor of participating in ACE Belém and also want to take a moment to commend the federal government of Brazil and the governments of the state of Para and the city of Belém for hosting an excellent recent edition of the ACE, and also commend the government of the United States through the State Department and Department of Commerce and the SETI team, particularly Executive Secretary Osborne, Section Chief Cesar Parga, Program Coordinator Cristina Solis, and Effie Gomez for their coordination of the broader ACE program. Over the course of the most recent ACE in Belém, the government of Brazil and the state of Para showcased Belém's research infrastructure, technology parks, innovation ecosystem, industry networks, and sustainable businesses, particularly those leveraging resources from the Amazon region. And this focus on sustainable development and environmental innovation was of particular interest to the Bahamas. Over the course of the week in Belém, among the concrete outcomes for the Bahamas were opportunities to explore expanding trade with Brazil and the state of Para, collaboration to improve data-driven healthcare infrastructure, and opportunities to explore academic and research exchanges and collaborations with the federal and state universities in the state of Para and agricultural research institutions. Chair, as my delegation has said numerous times, we see ACE as a jewel in the crown of the work being done by the OAS, and we believe it is a programmatic model for leveraging the comparative advantages of the OAS to help drive concrete outcomes for our countries. We are, in fact, so impressed with the ACE program that we are also giving strong consideration to bidding to hopefully host an edition of ACE in the Bahamas in the near future. I want to reiterate again, Chair, how pleased the delegation of the Bahamas was with the hospitality, experience, and collaborative opportunities delivered at ACE Belém by the governments of Brazil, the United States, and the OAS Secretariat, and that we again look forward with great anticipation to the opportunities at ACE Cordoba, where we plan to be active and engaged participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Bahamas. Strong words and very good support. Also the US. And I give the floor now to Honduras.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think that something that you didn't mention was how there's such warmth in Cordoba and human warmth, and so that's a real value added. I got to go to ACE Cordoba. At least I went to the first one. I don't know how long ago that was, 5 or 10 years. I don't want to reveal my age, but many things have happened, of course, in that period of time. And luckily for Cordoba, those have been positive things. And so I'm happy to see the agenda and the themes that will be discussed. And since I was there once, I am going to actively promote my country going there. And I also want to join with the words that urge everyone to go. The Secretariat does a great job in many areas, but especially in this area. It shares best practices, it executes best practices. This is a great, great program. And we can see how these different programs manifest in this America's Competitive Exchange. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes this item on the agenda. Just know that the deadline for registration is October 6 for the ACE program. We now continue with the final item, other business, but before inviting delegations to raise any additional matters for the Council's attention, I wish to inform you that the 7th regular meeting of the Inter-American Committee on Sustainable Development will take place on October 14 in a hybrid format. Invitations have already been circulated to delegations, and additional information will be provided as the date of the event approaches. This Council looks forward to the broadest possible participation, both from the delegations present today and from their capitals. I now open the floor to delegations wishing to raise any other business. No business, Ecuador.
Thank you very much, Chair. We believe that today's discussions have been very productive. We just wanted to thank Guatemala for its coffee and also for the little snacks we were provided. Thank you.
That is always a very good thing. And it keeps us also engaged. So if there's no other business, then I wish to thank you all for your active participation in today's session. The insights shared by our panelists and member states have helped us to advance our collective understanding of the institutional and human resource challenges that underpin trade readiness in our hemisphere. Let us continue to work together toward building inclusive, resilient, and skilled societies that can fully harness the opportunities of trade for sustainable development. This meeting of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development is now adjourned. Thank you all.